Where I'm from, if we didn't keep moving, we'd freeze to death. Literally. No time to lose.
Hi bro, Prakash bro. Hi, good morning.
Ah, it's been a while. Of course. Go ahead. No. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned RYZEN Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaede Harakazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Oh yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now. We learned a bit about the decline of the RYZEN Gokuden then too. It seems like such a shame.
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but he told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the RYZEN Gokuden, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The RYZEN Gokuden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
Hulk bro, hi Hulk bro, good morning.
400 years ago, so I'm told,
Not
there was a
bro.
catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art
Arca,
forging and
nice,
smelting
nice.
operation in that day. And overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties, knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives. Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphaned son was left to fend for himself and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the RYZEN Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent up anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered
Good
indiscriminately,
morning.
killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the RYZEN Gokuden. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the...
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Good morning, SK bro. என்ன பண்றீங்க? Have you seen Kazuha recently?
Kazuha? Why, yes.
Yes.
Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well.
Team Kazuga, I know it instance.
My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler.
போவோம் வாங்க போவோம் சொன்னா Balaji C, hi bro, what's up? Fine bro, fine. How are you? நீங்க எப்படி இருக்கீங்க?
This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Yes, ஐயாட்டா இருப்போம் போய் பாருங்க.
It's been a while. If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
Commissioner எங்க போனாரு? ஐயாட்டா Commissioner.
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks!
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say?
ஆமாம் பாட்டி ரெண்டு கேள்வி இருக்கு பதில் சொல்லு.
Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What would you like to know? Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf. As for the Commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed.
So pretty much business as usual on the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
Well, got any more questions?
You're very well, Miss Kami-san. I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's. I mean, whenever the Commissioner dines at home, Toma always joins him. The Commissioner has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance to take his meals alone. But they say it's because Toma is a much better They get to talking about you sometimes too, you know. Always, Miss Kamisato occasionally joins them as well. Whenever the whole family gets together, it's been many years now.
இந்த ராக்னராக் வல்கரோ இந்த மாதிரி ஆடலாமான்னு ஒரு யோசனை.
As someone who is old and gray enough to
எனக்கு என்னன்னா அந்த ஸ்டோரி சீரிஸ் முடிச்சிடணும். எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன்ல நிக்குது. ஸோ அது ஒன்று உறுத்திக்கிட்டே இருக்கு. எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன் முடிச்சிட்டா அப்புறம் இதுதான் ஜென் 1 ஜென் 2 அதனால அது ஒரு குறையவே இருக்கு.
Alright, goodbye for now.
Tatara Suna.
Great. Goodbye, ma'am. Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
All right then. Take care now. Hope to see you soon.
Okay, Patty, போயிட்டு வா. Bye.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yep. Everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels.
Bye. Tatara Suna சொல்கிறானுங்க வேற மாதிரி அழிஞ்ச இடத்துக்கேவா Thanks bro, thanks bro. Xavier,
Well, here we are. But what are we looking for? Something?
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the traveler in Paimon?
Xavier, what are you doing here?
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So what a...
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away. Like the back of my hand. Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true, the history here. Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time. I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation. Goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too. They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna?
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge? Sure, go ahead. A kabuki mono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word, Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a kabuki mono where Tatarasuna is concerned. Of course! Don't...
Oh, we're leaving? Okay.
Oh, you're most welcome. More farewell.
Looks like you got all the information
Arc
you're looking for.
24 நினைக்கிறேன் bro. Arc Ascendant தான் latest-ஆ வரப்போகுது. Ascendant means அப்படி இது graphics enhance பண்ண Arc.
You gotta keep it together.
அது தெரியல bro. Arc 24 தான் bro. இப்பலாம் வராது bro. அவங்க Arc 2 Ascendant வந்து ஜூன்ல கொண்டு வர வேண்டியது அவங்க அக்டோபர் கிட்ட போயிட்டாங்க. ஸோ ஆர்க் 2 வந்து செகண்ட் ஹாஃபில் வருமோன்னு தோணுது ப்ரோ. அதாவது 24 ஜூன் மேலே தான் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு இப்போ வர வாய்ப்பு இல்லை ப்ரோ. எங்கே போக சொல்லுது? ஓ சுமேரோக்கா.
Hey, it's them!
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
We have time. What do you want to talk to?
It's the same topic we discussed last time.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh?
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress, huh?
I presume you'll want to read mine as well. Here.
நியூ மேப் கிடையாது ப்ரோ. இப்போ இருக்க ஆர்க்கு விளாண்டோம் இல்லையா, அதையே வந்து அன்ரியல் இன்ஜின் 5ல் டெவலப் பண்ணி நல்லா கிராஃபிக்ஸ் என்ஹான்ஸ் பண்ணி எல்லாமே உள்ள கிராஃபிக்ஸ் குவாலிட்டியெல்லாம் ஃபுல்லாக இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. மாடல்ஸும் மாற்றிருக்காங்க. பழைய ஆர்க்குக்கும் இதுக்கும் நல்ல டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் இருக்கும். பார்க்க வெறியா இருக்கும் கிராஃபிக்ஸு. ஸோ அதே மேப்ஸ் தான், புது டைனோஸ் மட்டும் வரும்.
Well, what do you think?
பார்க்க டிஃப்ரெண்ட்டாக இருக்கும் ப்ரோ. அதாவது கிராஃபிக்ஸ் எல்லாமே மாறி கிளியராக
What did you
சூப்பராக
find
இருக்கும்.
out?
It's a long story.
Wow. So many new details.
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Armanoma clan, you say? Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days, to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean...
And they're back at it.
Oh, so
You're welcome. See,
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
will do.
நான் ஈயாட்ட போய் பேச வேண்டியதான். Where I should
Nahida, we're here. Traveler, Paimon, how have you been? Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then she decided she wanted to go to Inazuma. The Balladeer? It sounds like some kind of code name. You look troubled. Is there something... Traveler? Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset. That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past. But how was he even able to do that? As the Traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality. So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because... well, because he... Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it. The Traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about her in Irminsul. And it also, if there's anyone in the world capable of Paimon's having a hard time understanding this Balladeer guy's motivation. I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. something else worrying you? Something that it couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right? Once the balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to. The story makes sense. The balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to... That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
Please wait a moment. I want to check... Found it. This should be the one. It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything she has told us.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look.
Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale? That somehow has something to do...
When combined with the traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the balladeer or the kabuki, changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the balladeer...
That's incredible!
And sending the traveler into Irminsul with the balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew she'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information record. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one she told us. The now erased life of... There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree, who had been abandoned by the human. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender, and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the... Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sack. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox king." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten how it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
We solved it!
I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be all—
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The Balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail: that Conria was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but—
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth, and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destiny, and that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nihita's right. Cheer up. How about we go get something to eat? We can pick—
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you—
You got it. Come on, Traveler. You need to get out of your head. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar. That'll be sure to lift our spirits. It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you up. What should we eat first? Hey, are you gonna answer or what?
Reaper bro, hi bro. Hi. Big fan.
Raven will be right here when you figured stuff.
Fan, nice bro.
What is it? Have you figured it all out? Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the
Yaar,
last
hey.
bill. Look, here.
Cha. And bro, it multiplayer. ஆமா bro, multiplayer தான் bro இது.
Hey! Hey, wait!
You mean me?
No, not you. That kid! Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsetias and... Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, I think you're right. Maybe it's the city.
Who's that guy? You know him or something? He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping
bro
out
இது
here,
நீங்க
but
விளையாண்டுருக்கீங்களா
then when I actually give you
இது
some
டக்குன்னு
work
உள்ள
to
வர
do,
முடியாது bro
I
இது
don't
வந்து
wanna
நீங்க
take advantage, so
இந்த
I'm
கேம்
happy to
வந்து
pay
நீங்க
you
ஒரு
what I pay anyone else.
15 லெவல் வந்து
But if you keep
போகணும்
acting
15
like this,
லெவல்
pretty
போனதுக்கு அப்புறம்
soon
தான்
I
கோஆப்
won't
பண்ணலாம்
be able
ஆகும்
to
bro
afford to.
No, please.
இது ஒரு ஸ்டோரி
I mean
கேம் மாதிரி
You don't need
ஸ்டோரி
to pay me
கேம் வித்
anything.
மல்டிப்ளேயர் இதுல
I'm just
15
so
லெவல்
thankful
நீங்க
you-
தாண்டினா
You're
தான்
welcome, I
கோஆப்
guess.
வர முடியும்
But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of
நீங்க
Stay
எவ்வளவு
with me.
எத்தனை லெவல்
I'll find some more. Just
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off.
பாருங்க உள்ள
And
பாருங்க
in your
ஃப்ரீ
free
ஆயிட்டு
time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsetias, was it? I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now? Okay, stay out of sight.
வாண்டரர் எங்கடா போனா இப்படி போயிட்டியா
No time to lose. No time to lose.
இங்க நிக்கிறான்
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsetias? Isn't that a bit too Oh, alright.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them. Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
He spotted us!
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice. Have we met before? No, we haven't met. But you know me? I have no recollection.
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
A puppet? What makes you think that?
Huh?
You were right! The look on his face!
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important. Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it. Is that true?
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
Then let's return to the city.
No time to lose. No time to lose. No time to lose.
இவனை காணோமே.
Here you go, boss.
வந்துட்டான்.
I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more.
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your...
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world, like you had nowhere to be and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable. You know, you should go live your life.
But I don't... No. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all...
Thank you. All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me.
No time to lose.
What's wrong? Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an event.
You say that you are trekking across Teyvat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to...
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult... I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called, previous...
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes, something far more distant than the past.
Okay, I have to ask. What was I like? Oh, okay. You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like if it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be, but I'll be able to handle it.
Is truth something you care?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you nearly died because of what other people did. And many died because of you. As a non-human being, you hated God. You drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that...
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time, a chain of cause and effect, a cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street! He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves.
Please, I want to see them for myself.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and...
Very well.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one...
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face...
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Oh, good point. Given...
Understood.
Thank you.
This looks like...
Right now, you're in a dream I created using information. These memories will show you the raw truth.
But sounds like an immersive experience.
You don't need to do this for me.
We never give up halfway. Well...
Alright.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many
Is that because this is kind of like...
You could say that.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. No, there's no way. Look at this. There's someone passed out on the ground. You're awake. What happened? Not a scratch. And these fine clothes.
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichio's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa.
And the rest is history. Well...
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor, disguised as a mechanic. The Balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi, but Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabukimono.
It's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
doing back here?
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
I was abandoned, like you.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager, he kept coughing all the time, just like me.
But you can't. You promised me.
Yup, we're family now.
This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the balladeer didn't know what to call him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut. After leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who didn't have...
What happened to the child then?
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he...
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family! The voices have gone.
Let's keep going.
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon. 1 minute could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
Long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall peace?
Stabilize!
Teamwork is strength!
You're mine!
This place is dark.
Paimon knows this place. It's the Delusion Factory in Inazuma.
In the original version of events, the Traveler once encountered the balladeer here.
Such a creepy atmosphere. Hey, look over there!
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Huh. What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the Doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to...
Save your breath. I know what I have to...
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible. And don't let your...
Surely you're not...
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the RYZEN Gokaden are still suffering the... Look at you. Oh, don't bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Poor little tongue? Forget it.
The plot does not end here. There is more of the...
Yes.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results and your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse.
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
Shouldn't let your guard down.
Let's light it up!
Order guide. Solidify.
Into the wind.
Adorn my... No time to lose.
Over here!
Stabilize.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
One with nature.
Riptide.
No longer.
Vortex ஆமாம் ப்ரோ Vortex தான் ப்ரோ.
Looks like we've arrived in Sumeru.
இதுக்கு புல் பண்ணான்ல Vortex வந்துருச்சு.
Is that?
Considering that Amorta's
இப்போ
sage
இந்த
Nafis refused to join this
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
நல்லா இருக்கு ப்ரோ Vortex.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
ஆனா உங்களுக்கு அட்டாக் பர்சன்டேஜும் அதிகம் அட்டாக் இது 608 ன்னு வருது அதோட அப்புறம் அதோட சப்ஸ்டாட் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஷீல்ட் ஸ்ட்ரென்த் அப்புறம் அது போக அட்டாக் ஆயிருக்கு வெரியா இருக்குது.
Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable to watch.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
Let's move on.
ஜாங்கில் ஹெச்பி போடல ப்ரோ இதுதான் ஜாங்கிலுக்கு வந்து ஒர்டாக்ஸு 4 இது 4 பீஸ் இல்லை நோப்ளஸ் மட்டும் சும்மா கொடுத்து வச்சுருக்கேன். நான் ஹெச்பி ஒரு அளவுக்கு இருக்குன்னு போட்டேன் ப்ரோ. ஷீல்டு அதே பார்த்துக்குது. சென்டர் மட்டும்தான் ப்ரோ இருக்குது. இதுதானே இது ஒன்றே வந்து ஹெச்பி மற்றது இது ஜியோ டேமேஜ் போனஸ் தான். இது இங்கே வந்திருக்கு. இது ஓ இங்கே ஓகே 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 வேண்டரோட அந்த ஃபார்ம் ஓகே இந்த இடமா சுமேருல வேண்டர் இது வந்தது தானே பால்டியர் பாஸ்.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not,
time piece
then what
மட்டும்
are the
HP
differences
போடுங்க
between
with
humans and
CD or
puppets?
CD டைம் பீஸ்னா சென்டர் பீஸ் தானே. கிரிட் டேமேஜ் பாத்தீங்கல்ல இப்போ
Whoever has tasted the
இதுதான்
joys and
நல்லா
sorrows
ஓரளவுக்கு
of
10
life in
தான்
the
இருக்கு.
human
நான்
realm
காட்டுறேன்
is
இருங்க
human. Whoever has loved
அட்டாக் பர்சன் 2 பீஸ்
I've
கொடுத்துருக்கலாம்.
seen enough
அது
of my
எனக்கு
past.
கொஞ்சம்
No matter the consequences. Can you
பார்க்கணும் ப்ரோ.
return my memory?
பொறுமையாக இந்த ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட் பார்க்கணும். அது கொஞ்சம் மாறுது லைட்டாக.
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules, with each person being a collection of past experiences. As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with a void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next, but then I met you. And I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become... I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul-searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours. You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free?
A puppet? What's he doing here?
It's...
You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is... my...
Is he alright?
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end. This is trying my patience. You got any more stupid questions? Feeble human! Too slow. The wind rises. That's far enough. Insignificant pest! At my command, you shall fall! Know your place! Feeble human! Follow me. Search for it! My endless cycle begins! Spawn Fury! RYZEN.
Insignificant pest!
Squall Fury! Feeble human! Valor!
Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
It disappeared. Did we win?
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self. Wait, but it was you inside that thing too. What have you got?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am. You sound like you're concerned about me. But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
வாங்க போவோம் வெளியே. ஃப்ரீ சைஸ் செஸ்ட்டை கொடுங்கடா. எங்கடா அவங்களே?
Welcome back, traveler. Paimon, Balladeer.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey.
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should after learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui. And they wouldn't take me back anyway.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and under changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you are looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul.
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so, oh right, I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered, including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and I will try.
Traveler. After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma? So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back. Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to 0. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname.
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Then I hope we don't see much of—
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know the Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can have—
No! Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all you—
Have you got anything? Are you sure? Oh.
There. Now you have a name of your own.
What about a nickname? Take your time. I don't— Everyone who manipulated me and made—
You mean the Fatu—
The doctor.
Now that your stance has changed.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I see.
Huh? But—
It's fine. Let them stab— What's that look for? That day will come. All right. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
What he went through today would have been like—
Yeah, true. But even so we can finally go eat?
Thank you both.
I've got it! I can end my novel with some work—
You mean because everyone else—
Yeah! I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued. Then, one night, as an old man— All these expressions of joy. Life is a story.
had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and Wow, good. Huh? Look at the vase. Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something?
You sound lost and confused. I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind...
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance. But when a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still...
Who are you?
History does not change easily, but
The voice has disappeared. And who the heck was that? Anyway, it feels wrong just leaving.
No time to lose.
பவர ப்ரோ இருக்கீங்களா?
Huh? Wait, you're that blonde traveler who's on a journey to all...
Who's asking? Do you need something?
You bet I do. I was worried I wouldn't be able to find you. I have a letter for you, you see. It's from another Outlander. He was a crafty fellow, let me tell you. Took advantage of a loophole in our mailing system by opting for guaranteed delivery, then filling in the most obscure mailing address I've ever seen. He just wrote...
What?
Yeah, exactly, right? And if I failed to deliver... Really, he got me good. I count myself very lucky. Of course, here it is. All yours.
Come on! Haima wants to have a look too!
Yeah.
Hiya, huh? So he's here in Sumeru. mattered. Or maybe he's just... yeah, the letter says that he hangs out at Jafar Tavern every afternoon. Perhaps we should drop in on him then, huh?
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
இப்போ சிமினோவாவில் 2 பீஸ் கிடச்சா கொடுக்கலாம். ஆனால் சிமினோவாவில் 2 பீஸ் இல்லை இப்போதைக்கு. இப்போ அப்படியே ஒரு ரோல் பண்ணேன், அதில் இது கிடச்சிது. என்னன்னா எல்லாமே வந்து கிரிட் ரேட்டுக்கு ரோல் ஆச்சு. கிரிட் டேமேஜ் ஒன்று, கிரிட் ரேட்டுக்கு 3 ரோலு, இஎம்க்கு 1 ரோலு. இது அப்படியே ரோல் பண்ணேன், இதை அப்படியே சைல்டிக்கு கொடுத்துட்டேன். இப்போ ஹெச்பி நல்ல ஒரு ஹெச்பி பர்சன்டேஜ் இருந்தால் ஜாங்கிலிக்கு போடலாம். ஆனால் எனக்கு ஷிமினோவாவில் இல்லைனா கிளாடில் கிடைக்கணும், அதுதான் பிரச்சனை. என்கிட்ட இல்லை அது பீஸ். இப்போ நேற்று எனக்கு வந்து இது கிடச்சிது. ஷிமினோவாவில் நேற்று ரோல் பண்ணேன், ஜியோ டேமேஜ் போனஸ்ஸு இது கிடச்சிது. ஓகே, இது ஒர்த்து. ஏன்னா இது உங்களுக்கு ஹெச்பியும் ஒரு பார்ஸ் ஒன்று, அட்டாக் ஒன்று, டேமேஜ் ஒன்று. ஸோ இது எனக்கு ஹெச்பியில் ஒரு சப்போர்ட் கிடைக்கும். எனக்கு இப்போ இங்கே என்னென்னா எனக்கு இன்னொரு பீஸ் சிமினோவாவில் வேணும். கிரிட் ரேட் பீஸு இல்லைனா கிரிட் டேமேஜ் பீஸு. அப்போ தான் எனக்கு கிரிட் டேமேஜ் கிரிட் ரேட் ரேஷியோ செட் ஆகும். அதனால தான் பார்க்குறேன். இல்லைனா நான் சென்டர் பீஸ் அட்டாக் தான் கொடுக்கணும் ஜாங்கிலிக்கு. ஏன்னா சிமினோவா போகணும். அப்போ பார்ப்போம். இது கிரைண்ட் பண்ணுற அளவுக்கு இது இல்லை, அவ்வளோக்கு அவசியம் இல்லை. அதனால தான் விட்டேன். இதே டேமேஜ் கொடுக்குறான் ப்ரோ, ரொம்ப பீஸ் வைக்கிற அளவுக்கு இல்லை. இதே டேமேஜ் உங்களுக்கு 88 எல்லாம் கொடுக்குறான் நார்மலாக. அது இது பெனட் இதில் 110 கிட்ட வருது. போது சும்மா ரொம்ப டிபிஎஸ் பில்டு மாதிரி எல்லாத்தையும். நான் ஆடவே இல்லை ப்ரோ, கிட்டத்தட்ட 4 மாதமா 3 மாதம் தொடவே இல்லை. 3.56 எல்லாம் இந்த கேயை புது ட்ரெஸ் கொடுத்தாங்க, அதெல்லாம் ஒன்றுமே எடுக்கல.
I'll have something I haven't tried yet,
நான் புது
boss.
ட்ரெஸ் கேயா அது.
Sorry, sir. I'm afraid you've already tried every type of liquor we serve.
Oh? Well then, just the bill, please. That's just as well, I suppose. I do have...
Hiya, you're really here! Paimon have to...
Hey, Paimon. Traveler. Looks like the gods smile upon me after all. And come now, I wouldn't joke about wanting to see my good friend.
Wait a second. You must be here on official business, right? What do you think you're doing spending every afternoon drinking at the tavern? You itching for a lecture from Jean?
Not at all. The acting Grand Master positively terrifies me. Why would I ever do anything that might... The truth is, I'm in Sumeru to learn about the alcohol industry here. So despite how it might look, I'm actually at Jafar Tavern. Sumeru's spices are famous the world over, and it's long been rumored that this fine establishment... That's why the Knights sent me, their foremost expert in alcoholic beverages, to come and...
And? How did that...
So far, so good. I'm already in talks with some spice merchants in Port Ormos about some potential collaboration.
Yeah, that does sound like a great business opportunity. Guess Don Winery and Master D-Luke are gonna make a tidy sum from this one too.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Whether this lucrative opportunity gets passed along to Don Winery or not...
Hey! Using your job to settle personal grievances isn't very knightly, Captain!
Oh? What makes you say that? Very sharp of you. I wouldn't say I'm familiar, though. I just...
And?
Do I have to? When I said we could talk about the old times, digging up my past wasn't exactly what I had in mind. Well, all right, since you're so interested. Like I said, I was very young then. Don, I overheard my adoptive father talk about sending a team of merchants to Sumeru during a business meeting. I'm sure you'll agree that everyone's curious about their roots on some... And so I stowed myself away amidst the cargo. And and silently joined the merchant delegation on their trip to Sumatra. It wasn't long before the merchant delegation received
இப்போ
news
அடுத்தது
that
இது
I'd
வருதா
gone missing.
5.0
Their leader
பைரோ
promptly found me, and before I knew it, my adoptive father was dragging me back home by the ear. It was a short-lived adventure.
காண்பியாவா
Sorry I don't have a more thrill. Honestly, not much.
ஐஸ்
The only
வரப்போதா
reason I
பைரோ
knew that
வரப்போதா
Conrad was
காண்ட்ரி
near
ஐஸ் தானே
Sumeru is because I happened to read that in a book when I was young. My life had less and less to do with Conria as I grew up, and so I started caring. I used to believe that I had inherited some sort of duty from my father.
இப்போ என்ன மான்ஸ்டர்ட்
But then I began to wonder,
சுமேரு
maybe
ஃபான்டைன்
my father
வந்தாச்சு
left me in the
இன்னும்
peaceful
ரெண்டு தான்
land of
இருக்கு
Mondstadt, as well as ensuring that I'd be safely cut off from certain things.
இன்னும் ரெண்டு
The thought that I might be able to
பைரோ
actually live a happy
ஐஸ்
life there must...
அப்ப
This is
அடுத்து
obviously
பைரோ
all
லாஸ்ட் காண்ட்ரியா
speculation.
முடிஞ்சிருமா
Simply put, these days,
நான்
my
அதுக்கு இன்னும் ரெண்டு
surname,
வருஷம்
Alberich, is probably the only link.
One death afternoon, please,
அதுக்கு இன்னும்
boss.
மினிமம் 2 வருஷம் ஆகும் காண்ட்ரியா முடியிருக்கு
Tell me, what do you know about
Hey,
the
dance
significance
life.
of that name, Alberich?
Dainsleif?
Ah, you've decided to join us. I was wondering how long you planned on listening in. I believe I've seen you before in Mondstadt. Dainsleif, if I'm not mistaken.
So you remember me. Then we are already acquainted, Kaya Alberich, descendant of the Abyss Order's founder.
Huh?
What?
I take it that you weren't aware of this until now, Kaya. Or you wouldn't have been so forthcoming with your surname.
லோல் 10 இயர்ஸ்க்கா ஐயா ஆனா ப்ரோ ஸ்டோரி உங்களுக்கு லேக் இல்லாம தானே ப்ரோ கொண்டு போறானுங்க மேபி அது ஏரியா தான் பிரச்சனையா இருக்குது நமக்கு
Though I must
அதாவது
say,
அந்த
it does
பிரிமோஸ்
confirm
ப்ராப்ளம்
no
தானே
suspicion.
I'm
மற்றபடி
surprised
ஸ்டோரி
that
இப்படி
you take
கரெக்டாக
me at
தானே
my
ப்ரோ
word without the faintest hint of skepticism.
Well, perhaps what you told me just happens to answer some questions I carry in my memories. You're a pure-blood Conrian, aren't you?
Very clever. Forgive me for being direct, but I sincerely hope this new knowledge doesn't change anything. If you've already let go of your ties to the past, then keep it that way.
Kaya, you're not involved with the Abyss Order in any way, are you?
Hey, hold on now. This conversation has taken a rather sudden turn for the deadly serious. And I'm afraid that as someone from Mondstadt,
Okay.
so what if I know my ancestry? Do I relax? I'll be just as delighted to hunt down. Either way, looks like we're out of time. I've got a spice merchant to meet in a minute, so I'll leave the three of you to carry on the conversation without me.
Well, alright then. You go do...
See you around. And Dainsleif, no need to listen in from the sidelines next time we meet. Let me buy you a drink.
You don't really trust him, do you, Dane? You're both from Conria, but you get on like oil and water.
The fact is, I still do not know him well. It would be meaningless for me to jump to conclusions. But can a person truly be unaffected by their ancestry? This remains to be seen. Well, I suspect that they call your brother their prince, precisely because there is a succession of sorts.
Oh, so if he was the founder, he'd be the king, right?
I mean to investigate the Loom of Fate. Do you remember that name?
Yeah, the Abyss Order's evil plan! We learned about that back in Mondstadt.
Not new. Not exactly. My memories suffer from erosion. But while I was recovering my health recently, I suddenly remembered something. Your brother. He mentioned the Loom of Fate back when we traveled together. Apparently so. I was also quite surprised when these memories tallied up. I recall that we were
So, you're going to the place that he mentioned back then?
correct. At that time, they must have been introduced in one way or another to this concept. If I recall correctly, we were somewhere in Avidya Forest then.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go! Maybe we'll discover uncover some secret that's lain hidden for hundreds of years!
No. Now is not the time. No, it's just... I'm still waiting for my drink.
நாய் குடிச்சிட்டு வரேன்னு சொல்லுது.
Seriously?
இங்கே டைம் ஸ்லிப் காணோம். எங்கடா போனேன்? இப்போ சைல்டுக்கு வந்து இது கொடுத்து வச்சுருக்கேன். 2 பீஸு சிம்னா 2 பீஸ் ஆர்டர் டெட்டு. இது வந்து இப்போதைக்கு 68 150. இதே இப்போ இந்த போலார் ஸ்டார் கிடைக்கலன்னா எலன் வெப்பன் வர வரைக்கும் இல்லைன்னா தண்டர் இம்பல்ஸ் வர வரைக்கும் வெயிட் பண்ணணும். ஆனால் டிக்னாரி வெப்பன் கூட இது நல்ல வெப்பன் தான். இங்கேருந்து போயிடுவோம் மலை மேலே இருந்து. டிக்னாரி வெப்பன் நான் புல் பண்ணேன், எனக்கு வரல. எனக்கு என்ன ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா டிக்னாரி வந்தப்போ தான் கான்யூ வெப்பன் வந்துச்சு. ஸோ ஆமோஸ் பவ் வந்து தொலைஞ்சிருச்சு. அதுவும் கான்யூ பேனர் டிக்னாரியும் பேனர். டிக்னாரி கிரிட் ரேட்டுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன் 40 கிரிட் ரேட்டு சம்திங். ரேஞ்ச் செலக்ட் பண்ணிட்டேன்.
Wait. This place, it's familiar.
What about it? It looks pretty normal to Paimon. Was it like this hundreds of years ago too?
Yes. The forest has barely changed from how I remember it. There is very little human activity here after all. Let's search the area and see what we can find.
Is this a field? It must belong to whoever owns that house over there. But it looks like it's been abandoned for a long time. You could be forgiven for thinking nothing was ever grown here. Or, wait, maybe nothing ever was grown here. It's an extinguished bonfire. Forest rangers, perhaps? Looks like it's been ages since it was last lit. And clearly they put it out carefully to prevent a forest fire, too. That's responsible.
Nothing else stands out in this area. All that's left is that building. Come on.
Wait, we're just gonna go barging in? What if someone's home?
Unlikely. There are no signs of life in this area. We should be able to enter without incident.
If you say so. Well, you lead the way then, Dane. So there really isn't it. There's a box over here. Why don't we open it? And by we, Paimon means you. But... Huh? This is a mirror. It's broken, too. Was this a makeup box? That's kinda disappointing. Hey, look! It's a bowl! Guess whoever used to live here...
Can't you smell it? There's a heavy scent of medicinal herbs in here.
Oh, so it's a medicine bowl? See... This bed looks pretty ordinary. Huh. There's nothing underneath it either. What sort of person would want to live here? It's so dumb. Doesn't look like there's anything else worth their attention here.
My memories are quite foggy, but my subconscious and instincts both assert that something once happened here. but we'll exhaust ourselves if we search aimlessly.
Noises? Is it...
It's not much. Just some minor adversaries.
Monsters? Wow, Shane's ears are sharp, just like his nose! Impressively good shape for a 500-year-old. Although for someone who's as full of surprises as Dane, it's hardly a big deal. Anyway, let's beat up these monsters!
ஏத்துறாங்களே.
The wind knows me. Who's next? Let's light it up! Wind strike! One with nature.
I doubt that the appearance of those monsters was wholly random. There must be something nearby that... A ley line anomaly, perhaps. Okay. I'll go slightly further out to investigate any issues with the nearby ley lines.
What? You're going alone?
Your suspicions are as banal as they are unwarranted. I merely think that this house should remain... Not to mention that if even forest rangers are capable of investigating ley lines, I will be more than able to
Fair enough. Good thing there's a bonfire over there. Let's make ourselves something to eat.
You're mine.
Your cooking is as good as ever. Even if there was no other reason, the food will changing the subject.
Bro, சாப்பிட்டு வந்துறேன் bro. 10 minutes
He
மட்டும்.
said that there might be an issue with the nearby ley lines. How bad do you think it could be? We came together, but now it's back to just being the two of us again. You know, now that Paimon mentions it, we really have spent lots and lots of time together, haven't we? So, don't take this the wrong way or anything, but, do you ever get tired of Paimon being around? question. Don't know if it's okay to ask this, but Paimon's curious. What was it like traveling with your brother? The stars? Wow. Yeah, Paimon understands. Being separate, but we'll find the truth together. Sure as Paimon's your guide. Just you wait, Heavenly Principles, and you too, Teyvat. You know what? We've talked too long about this sad stuff. Let's talk about something. All right. It's getting dark, so why don't you rest? Paimon will take first watch. Don't worry. Oh, come on! Don't say that. Paimon just wants to look after you for once. Nighty-night. Go on, shoo! Off to sleep!
Hey, time to wake up. The sun has risen. What a deep sleeper. Tear stains. All right. Rest here a bit longer then.
Halt! What do you think you're doing? This place is not whatever you think it is. Nor should you be poking your nose into my business. Begone! Your travel companion. You mean the one that was keeping watch by your side last night? Your companion departed for the forest early this morning. That much I saw with my own eyes. What business is that of yours, All you need to know is that I claimed... Do I make myself quite clear? Leave! Well? What are you waiting for? I've been observing you. Still, I'm warning you. No. Okay, fine. What? You... But no overreacting to anything you see in here, okay? Come on, then. Mind your own business. And how could he be? He was too young for anything like that. So don't you lay a finger on him. Just find yourself... Huh? You know Conria? Who are you, exactly? And how do you know I'm from Do you worship a god, traveler? Sounds like you've had an eventful life. All right, well, my name is Ida. I apologize for my earlier hostility, but you must understand, as far as I'm concerned, humans who do not worship the Seven are nigh, and all who place faith in the gods are. That may be. But the fact is that chances to talk to people like yourself have been this wretched curse. The curse. We lost our home. Our loved ones. Everything. The agony of all we can do is watch helplessly. Because although Conria began with a single bloodline, it was any who forsook their gods and came to Conria were welcomed as our... When the cataclysm came, we pure-blood Conrians were declared the greater, but those whose ancestry belonged to the domains of other gods were punished with the curse of the wilderness as they fled, turning them into monsters. He is CORSAIR, my illegitimate son. How times have changed. I could say that I was a noble of Conria by blood, but I resented the life that my family... Then, one day, I met a beautiful woman. CORSAIR faced great hardship from the very moment of his birth. All due to After all that, he turned into a hilly troll. I always owed him much, and now she was. We were separated. I do... It could be worse. I suffer, and now that I have lost all... If nothing else, at least I still have... Yes, that reminds me, Over here. I'm sure you're wondering why I brought CORSAIR here to Sumeru. Well, it's because he needs a medicine, one which will help him to recover his... I do not hope to break the curse. I am well aware of my power, but it is said that this medicine is imbued with the power of Sumeru's god of wisdom and can awaken the mind from I believe that it might just work. I read about it in a book. From the Royal Library of Conria. It was banned. In my youth, I disliked the life of nobility. What other choice do I have? What exactly would you have me do? The gods have already punished us. What is one more sin? Never mind. As long as you as it happens, I am in dire need of some help to make this medicine. My hands don't have the dexterity they once did. Okay. To start with, take this ingredient. Also, do you have any, of Sumeru's regional specialty? Oh, wonderful! This is the... Is it done? In all honesty, I do not know what the end well, the moment has finally arrived. No! I said before that this medicine relies on the power, which means let's go. God of wisdom, I will utter no prayer, nor will I. You and your kind destroyed my home. Rotten. God of wisdom, I seek my son. If everything the gods have, then I bow to you now. All I ask is please, God. I have made quite enough. CORSAIR? We've... CORSAIR, it's me. It's your father. CORSAIR. CORSAIR. I'm sorry I couldn't be, but I'm here now. Are you still angry with me? I know you're a... I'm so sorry, CORSAIR. Forgive me. Please, please. Oh, gods above! What more you took? I'd give you my The gods of this world have never stood with humanity, not even for a moment. Other reason. Huh. You give up. Even if I must stay... Let's go. The most crucial ingredient. The details don't matter, right? There is a... I'll be here, watching CORSAIR. Good. Then... You're back. CORSAIR's condition is stable. By which I mean, anyway. I need you to stand guard here for a while. Whatever you do... good. I will have order. What happened? Was it monsters? Oh, thank goodness you were here. Oh, yes, I've got... Next, we pick the mushrooms and repeat the same steps as before to make another dose. Oh, sorry. I have been so... I do indeed. That's why it was just a fleeting thought. We're here. Let's begin. Wait a moment. Hey, what was that? CORSAIR! Oh no! He must have left while we were... Come on! That's right. And CORSAIR's scarf. My eyes must be going. Ah, yes. Did it go in here? What a ghastly place. Huh. It looks like they're worshipping. I've never seen any... Oh, there's only...
Is this a teleportation device? What?
Stabilize!
The wind moves. Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Order guide you. Solidify!
One with nature.
Shouldn't let your guard down. Yeah.
Stabilize!
The wind knows me. Clouds high. The birds come. Tidal wave. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Solidify!
You're mine.
How did I get on the ceiling? Did the room turn upside down, or gravity itself? It seems like I need to find a place to insert the rune.
Humans, fate has not granted you the right to enter. Do you insist on an audience? Very well. Then I grant you the trial of destiny.
Let's light it up! Everybody stand back!
I will have order. Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt. No time to...
Adventure time!
Wind strike!
Perish in the storm!
Going in! Let's light it up!
As one with wind and cloud.
And devour!
He was a perfect being. He had and yet, you... Let's continue on. I think we've...
Oh, dear creature. Why do you bow down? For fear of the unknown? Or for power? Oh, dear creature. Why do you bow down? You are like a flower, born in sin. You need no longer hold back your resentment, nor accept the count. Go forth. Become, and I shall shed a tear at the end of time.
What? Just when I saw that thing, I feel... Oh, is that so? CORSAIR! Oh, thank goodness! He's still okay. For this to happen, right? You say that I have...
Hi, Kritika. Hi.
CORSAIR! Oh! You see? It worked! Mama is... CORSAIR, look at me.
Of course. You're...
How do you feel?
Yes. Papa!
Don't panic, son. It's just... While you were sleeping, there's no more Conry here. In this world,
Am I?
No, of course not. Look, CORSAIR, you still have Mama's scarf on your arm. That means... Yes. Oh, and, you have to promise never take off your mask. Understand?
Okay, Papa. I won't.
Not since that day have I been... I knew that once a murderer, always a murderer. But the God we saw in that gate, Now, piety is hardly my area of expertise. A sinner? Oh, don't be absurd. You and I have both. No matter. Believe what you... I am going to pay my respects with or without you.
Solidified. This is order.
No. Impossible. What happened? The Hilichurl worshippers have disappeared too? Was it all an illusion? That's true. Yes, it can't. It was neither a... Let's go, traveler. There is surely a reason for its disappearance, and I do believe that someday in the future, could he really have been... Bear? Where has he gone? Oh, no. Maybe someone else came by. No, it can't have been that. There's no sign of a break-in and no sign of anyone having been here. This does not bode well. Wait a minute. This isn't how... Oh, no. The mirror! It's broken! He must have taken his mask off. And... if he'd just done as he was told! We have to find him. It's his scarf. Looks like we're going the right way. Come on.
Hey, parvaya.
Corsair, where are you? Curses! Forest Rangers.
Hey! Who are you? We haven't seen you around here before. What's your business here?
Have you seen a,
I asked you first. Don't...
I said, have you...
Hey, whoa! There are Hilichurl...
Exactly! Matter of fact...
You... Forest...
You...
Curse you all, Forest Rangers.
I don't get it. Why make such a huge fuss over a few...
He'd only just regained... So tell me, Forest Rangers.
Jeez. You're really not gonna let this... I was frightened at first, but it didn't seem to have any...
Wait, you're leaving? Not even a...
Corsair!
கேக்குதா ப்ரோ தெரியல ப்ரோ ரொம்ப நாள் ஆச்சு ப்ரோ
CORSAIR, stop!
மேபி
It's me!
ஒரு 1.5 வருஷம்
It's Papa!
தெரியல ப்ரோ
Whatever you saw,
1 year
I told you.
1.5 years இருக்கும் ப்ரோ
CORSAIR? How could this happen? Come! CORSAIR, we have to go home now. Papa's here to take you home, alright?
CORSAIR ஃபீல் பண்ணாதவா
Papa.
CORSAIR.
Papa, I can't take it.
Please, CORSAIR. It's my fault. I'm so sorry. If only I thought.
It's all too much. Papa.
ஏ காம்பட்டு
Finally, it all makes sense.
நீ இவ தூங்கி எந்திரிக்கிறா
Ah, traveler, you're awake. Wait, no. Why am I still calling you traveler? Oh, I have known your true identity for some. I suspected it was you. Oh, of course you haven't. With your status, you can hardly be. In any case, I've been using a fake name this entire time. My real name is Clotar. Clotar Alberic.
Clotar Alberica. Yeah.
You saw it too, didn't you? Unmistakable, the power in... I am positive now. It's the power of the abyss, isn't it? Oh, at long last, I have seen it with my own eyes. That is no business of yours. A sinner. Yes. Salvation for a sinner can only... CORSAIR did not deserve his fate, but now... It's wonderful. He will be born into abject sorrow. He shall now become the loom of... Sinister. Oh, I never imagined that you, of all people, would deny the abyss. How we once believed that you would bring new strength and hope to Conria. To us, you were the abyss. A wondrous mystery far beyond our and the one who controls the abyss can control. We yearned for that future. But what did you bring us instead, oh Prince of Conria?
Prince of Conria, wow. Nana.
What did he just call me?
Traveler! Hey, traveler! Traveler!
என்ன நடந்துச்சு இவ ஆளே மாறிட்டான் What is it? What is this?
Oh, thank goodness you're awake. Paimon was worried sick.
What happened while you were unconscious? I checked the ley lines nearby. It appears that the abyss tampered with them, and they've been in information and memories flow within the ley lines. You mean Clotar Alberic? After founding the Abyss Order, his faith in the Abyss led him to do a great many things. But the curse of immortality continued to torment his body and mind. And in the end, neither his faith nor the Abyss he worshipped could save him. After 100 years, he lost his mind completely and was never seen again, yet his dark legacy lived on. You could say that. He wouldn't be the Abyss Order's prince otherwise.
Are you alright? You have a troubled look on your face. What?
So you saw his memories from centuries ago, through your own eyes. It all... Still, as I'd suspected, the notion of the Loom of Fate did indeed rear its head during that time. And it seems closely connected to Clothar Alberich's son, Caribert. And yet your brother never breathed a word of this incident to me. I wonder, was that the moment that he Indeed. Clearly this series of events sparked a long period of deep contemplation. What is it?
The field? What does that have to do with anything?
You mean here? Well, let's start
You scared the Duke out of Paimon! Did you rebury them yet?
A male and female skeleton. Interestingly, the male skeleton appears to have been interred much later. But what does this mean? And how did you know that there were bodies buried here? What? That's impossible. Unless Clothar Alberich finally found a way to rid himself of the curse. This all raises far too many questions. I need time to think, and to search my memories for some missing pieces. We should part ways here.
Huh? You're just gonna leave? Why? You...
It's better that we split up for now.
Who's he?
Yes. I have my suspicions as to his identity, but I need... If the time is right, I will tell you when we next...
Possible!
I fear that while these things would limit anyone...
What? Why? What is...
All right, let's leave it there. Get some rest. Goodbye.
There goes Dane. What is it? Huh?
Ta-da! போயிட்டா பாய். என்ன கொஸ்டில் என்ன இருக்கு? என்ன நாவல் இருந்தால் கொஸ்ட் ஷேட் அப்பான். இது யார் இது? Whose quest is this? I don't know. Wow. இங்கேயா?
Hey, Dia, you're back. Are these two friends of yours? Likewise. There's no need to be so formal with us. Anyway, since we've got newcomers, let me fill you in on what Dkon al-Ahmar's been up to. They've become extremely aggressive. Apparently even their own now. They even attack other relics brigades, just the same as any...
Even the most ferocious beasts still protect their own. And it sounds like...
That's right. Once they've collected enough loot off the other mercenaries, a portion of their profits is immediately exchanged for more food and weaponry.
That's terrible!
Yeah, and it really makes you wonder why they're so desperate for Mora. A few days ago, the shaman and I trailed them for a while,
and even disguised ourselves as merchants rather than saying they're out to...
Wait,
You heard me right. The vast majority of their victims are mercenaries from the other brigades of death. If their only goal was Mora, they could have gone after anybody. The targeted nature of their attacks points to a... Unfortunately, we weren't able to find out anything more specific. It seems... Oh, one last thing we discovered was that over the past few years...
Sounds mighty strange to me, too. Haroon, gotta say, though, I didn't expect you to go on a whole undercover mission during the...
Nah, it was nothing. We're just...
What he said. Besides, Dia, haven't you done...
Yeah. And while they went to talk with Dkon al-Akmar, any survivors of the attack were already long gone.
We rushed over as soon as we saw you come into Caravan Reba. Although this new friend of yours looks a little green behind the ears, now that we know you'll have a capable partner with...
Hey, what about Paimon?
Oh,
Of course! Paimon is a
Oh.
Don't... Even if she had only...
I had no...
Oh, one other thing, Dia. We held another recruitment event a few days. The deputy put a...
sorry to hear that.
Gotta admit, I can understand they're just... Now, if only the deputy could figure out a way to bring a few more...
Keep the awkward silence and...
Hey, didn't we agree to never...
Huh? Wait, are you... I don't think you... Are you kidding me? I missed a once-in-a-lifetime moment like that. All right. We can tell you... Hey, don't you try to change the subject. You and Hisham get your butts over here.
Are they always like this?
There aren't many rules or graces when it comes to mercenaries. If someone starts getting under your skin, you just yell right back at them. But we also don't tend to take many things too seriously. Being direct and getting it all out, that's also why I never spare their feelings when I talk to them. If I want to laugh, I'll laugh. Hey, knuckleheads!
Yeah, all you gotta do is...
Perfect. Thanks for that. Be sure to pass my regard.
Will do. You...
This should be the place. It's gonna come down to a fight one way or another.
No need to worry.
I'm not worried about... Here they come. You ready? Let's not give them a chance to react.
Dia va. Hey, Dia.
Gather.
Paanga Dia kaatra eppadi irukku pappoma.
Close enough. Feeling lucky today.
Let's get it on.
Oh, the chunk.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
No time to lose. Shouldn't let your guard down. Twin strike.
You're... the Flame Mane.
Good. That saves me an introduction. All right.
You know the...
That might have worked on it. Think about it, though. What's your reputation? You've got 5...
Whoa!
I'm not joking, or 2 seconds!
I'll save you the trouble.
Huh? Are you crazy? He tried to bite off his own tongue. Quick, search the area for any... I definitely didn't expect him to go that far.
But why would...
I didn't expect him to be...
Well, he's out cold for...
Yeah, don't worry. There are lots of goods... Let me take a look. Yep. I see an entry for Dkon Lakmar right here. Kusela, Idrisi, Bashar, and Takri. All familiar names. This caravan, that person will then pack the caravan for... Wait, why is there no Mora value recorded for the final Yeah, every transaction perhaps... Anyway, the next... Huh?
What's wrong?
Shazaman Homayani.
Homayani? You mean could it just be another
I'd be surprised to find someone with the exact same first and last name. What the heck is going on here? I'm sorry, you're right. I'll consider what we found and not jump to conclusions but what this piece of paper confirms is that the
What if the Homayanis have been kept in the dark and don't know they've been trading with Dkon?
That's a possibility, but if that was the case, they could have just as easily bought goods such as food, funding violence.
But why would...
I honestly have no idea. I've been to their estate many times, and I'm the only potentially large but that's still just a speculation. I don't think the master... You're probably right. I know...
But what should we do now?
If you ask me, we already have no choice but to confront her about this. I'm not worried. It's too early to make a verdict yet. I still have faith. Let's go find my lady again. If we're lucky, we can not only...
Dia, are you sure this is the best?
I've considered that She showed genuine That's not how I deal with people.
You're right. Paimon wants to trust Dunya's...
Yeah.
No time to lose.
Good old caravan rebat. Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came? Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahida's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her. So much time has already passed since then, and it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahida's in charge. Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time, and then Nahida won't have any more new problems. Yeah, guess you're right. Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble. Huh? Me? Before... Anyway, for Nahida's sake, maybe...
Look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. That's when I saw you two all the way over there. Chatting. Huh? You can't say I saw that coming. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. Hey, how about I gather a few...
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some... So, when are you leaving?
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes.
I see. Though, now that I think...
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida? Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bye.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru. Fontaine's port. Wow. Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine. Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and they're all just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice. But maybe it would be better if we found something. What do you think? Good idea. Mahita gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point. Yeah, the more we can learn. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of...
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like...
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid and... Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know...
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
The Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's...
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro.
All right, I think we get it. Thank you. At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon. But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Hey, what are you looking over there for? Huh? Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her. Hello there.
Huh? I'm fine.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that—
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my— I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there.
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
No, people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now, it's been completely submerged. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our... allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine. We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason. So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is in...
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies where to begin. Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other.
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler. And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it.
Oh, all right then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able...
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please, follow me. You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to...
So, she's the Hydro Archon?
for her. My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu. As you can all see, 2 unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Is she talking about us?
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally. Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured. I see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner. I, Fosalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of...
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes. But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities. You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see her. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady...
Yes, but don't get too excited now. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Are you not a...
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Florent. I admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Arrhenius, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. They're getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
You see. Then, as the god of justice,
Oh.
Right. This is Fontaine, after all.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel?
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating this.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object?
Precisely. Now, if you two have no objections, then in the...
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun. But if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Papa?
Great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your...
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the Traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charge, but when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
Just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon.
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now...
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway,
It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine.
But isn't the...
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do next.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first. You really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water...
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, as a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for...
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme. Now, if you'd like to help, then...
What's this?
What?
No, the story said as time wore on. So, yeah.
Oh.
All right.
So you're the blonde... Oh, thanks.
One with nature.
Huh? I don't want that. Life is all about...
You should...
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that...
Oh? You already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. Yes, but that will...
Is there anything else you need to do before...
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about,
So, you want to collect materials?
Oh, that would be much appreciated.
Time to go. Time to go.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect for maritime flowers.
Tidal wave.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an maybe next time.
No way.
Fine. Though the performance.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine?
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her?
She's obvious. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention and to distract. Watch her movement.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet. All right, let's...
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait. Oh, look! Isn't that her? Oh no! Did she notice us? What should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief. Yeah, let's go.
Are you sure that's all she took? You
No, that... Anyway, I should be...
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity
I saw the general direction she went, but...
Oh.
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted angle, that's all.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to...
You're I have to admit, but at least we were able to get the stolen items.
What a slippery little...
All right, let's put this little...
Quake!
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around! People in Fontaine really know how to use water!
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring, even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
What a...
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave.
Oh, excuse me! Aren't you the great magician, Linny? And is this...
Hello? I don't believe...
I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey across Tibet?
Amazing!
Wow, today must be my...
So, Charlotte, what do you usually report on?
Well, when there isn't any, you can still manage to keep readers' attention as long, for example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days. That's fine and all, but what I'm really after is exclusive. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately.
You mean the serial
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town. If I'm the first with a drop, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters.
So, what is the serial?
That's right. The first missing girl, and ever since, after a period. But the scariest part? Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case. But shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear.
Please don't imagine that, Linny.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. You're right, with Mike.
I have an interview to get to.
Okay, Paimon hopes we can chat again soon.
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
What a tough job. Always running around and...
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first?
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is...
Time to go.
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have...
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
Very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
Hmm? What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets.
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers. It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Aeneas. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets. Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont work. I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted. And the
No trouble at all! Don't worry, we're on the case!
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks.
Oh, no need! This'll be a walk in the park for us!
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are.
These must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run.
Whoa. So, is Lenny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology, and wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it, but basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Huh? How can trials
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself. When a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice, but Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like... Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all...
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind
You again? Didn't I already?
Yeah, but how do we know that...
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation?
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy.
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking... Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora, fine. Why don't you come and...
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tooser ice fishing, Tooser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our club, you're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm unsure this will...
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
Oh, what's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
Now's my chance!
Huh. That was weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides,
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see it's work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon. So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused.
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you...
That sneaky guy. What? Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was sorry. Paimon was just whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just hey. Lenny said that the Opera House is on Arrhenius, so let's go ride the Opera Bus! What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long...
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples.
Vache.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
No, Paimon didn't say anything.
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary.
Lynette! You scared Paimon! What did you get?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides...
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro?
When do you cry?
Wait, what?
Just answer me.
that's really sad. Oh, and
Then you should understand that tears contain your most like I just mentioned. The Fountain of Lucine is where all the so maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were...
Rather than worrying about them, don't let that calm look of his fool you.
Oh, right.
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you—
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment, I'll fetch the tickets. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already
Ooh, front row seats!
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look at—
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend—
Yeah, we'll just go to our seat. Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down. Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her— wait, that's not it. Paimon's— sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under— oh, Paimon's got it.
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny, then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make our introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself.
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in—
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be—
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy...
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations and the performance will start...
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Oh, they're dimming the lights! The show must be sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally...
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared.
Thank you everyone. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough, but Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow, how's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a count like this? 60, 59, 50. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be... Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds...
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me.
60! 59!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going.
54! 53! Why aren't you counting, Nervalin?
I am counting in my head. I think things are merely a consequence of my identity and personality.
Oh! Alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable. 40! 39! 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm sure it would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right...
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. Ah, what was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, that's...
25! 24! What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19! 18! 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's alright. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10! Almost there now.
8!
Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? Nope, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Lenny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right. How can Lenny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us they would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
I just think that well, I think it might be a little early to talk. But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Look.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But that's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Linny, won't Then there's no problem at all. You know, the traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met. But with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser.
It wasn't a draw.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case? Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects, and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big-shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time.
Sorry about everything that happened just now.
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's good to hear. Thank you. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool. Don't worry. Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go?
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighed. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak—
All right, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troop long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive!
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorney. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience. I've seen a lot of cases. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious.
The murderer... Why would it be him? So this is the rope that broke and caused the... The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Look! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that... Wait! Why don't you write all this down? Let's take...
I see that you're If you find any
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then...
The thud?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't... It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath. I'm of the opinion when the pirate...
Wait, was it...
Perhaps the balance wasn't... Oh, that's true.
That does...
The investigation team?
See, I told you.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
You're trying to help them? That'll be a...
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his... Well, we thought there might be a serious problem.
It turns out that the seat number it picked... I'm sure you already know. In other words...
That much checks...
Let you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
seats were all booked in advance. Sure, it's not. Her name is Halsey. Apparently, she's a Magic Troop member. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all. That's how it seems to us.
Okay, then.
No need to be so. It is of utmost importance.
Lenny's still talking to the guard. I think someone...
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and...
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules...
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus, Demoiselle.
Huh? Boss. Well, I am this...
My apologies, Demoiselle. You should...
No need. You don't have to call me boss.
Okay.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. No, that's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial judging from the look of things.
Really? We think so, but how did you come to that?
Intuition, naturally. Farina sure was quick to... But that's not Anyway, a trial that
sounds more like...
Well, what's your opinion? All right.
I don't get it.
Well, I say it's... In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial?
Well?
And why would that be?
Most astute, no matter how one... And if that can be...
All right, now. I need to make some...
That's more like it.
Far be it from you wish to say...
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've...
I have nothing to...
Oh.
We'll be making some preparation.
Sorry, but no one can freely...
No! Were you always...
Yes! So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. I doubt.
How can you be...
Well, because I couldn't see... But still, we
So, it's safe to say that... All right, thank you for your help. This'll be... We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Lenny's discussion with the guards is going.
Understood. Then up.
Very good. Thanks for being so...
You may spare the pleasantries.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? Sorry. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine.
Oh, new...
Well, let's just say we're tagging along.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world... But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand them.
Huh. Weren't there balloons?
Ah, good eye. That...
the back? You mean?
Very good indeed. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as... I knew you'd figure out the 2 magic box. See this? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown...
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh,
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and and that's my favorite part.
So that's how it all worked!
Lynette would brief, and then I walk out of the other. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysterious.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have and yet, to think that someone... Could we have a look around?
This is the scene of the crime. So Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's a...
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would the...
Oh! Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase! Huh.
That can't be. Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing. Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere.
Right. And do you... Ugh, this is so confusing. What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the
Alone, perhaps.
But there are no other ways in or out of... Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that down. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up. ascertain the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns.
Apologies for the wait, Demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnel's become like a secret chamber?
No wonder Farina was so confident in her act.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some...
Charges and then trial.
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how the statements from both sides, the defense, to put it simply...
This also precludes any kind of...
Once both sides have finished, then... Fine. Huh?
In practice, there is... yes.
Huh?
Because we've chosen to act as...
Even if that were...
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa!
Of course. I just hope you don't...
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together. I mean, what better way?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't... Just kidding! Just kidding!
Hmm? What do you mean? No...
Huh?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with...
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please,
these three are quite the interesting group. And from the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books. Don't underestimate beating egg weights, but anyway.
Only the...
Well...
Tea is ready to be served as well. No need for it.
All right, then. However, the magician twins...
Exactly! Why would they...
The flower vase and the resulting in the shat... Perhaps the criminal...
Paimon thinks that makes sense.
True, but...
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made...
That's right. And even if she had tampered, nor does she have...
From the sound of it, your macarons are... What? 5?
Please don't worry about it. At my...
No, besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then... Wait! Even you don't believe... If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then maybe...
All right, Malus, set up the stove again, if you would.
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons of...
Exactly!
As you wish, Demoiselle.
And I have the egg...
Well, that's it for snack time. I don't know. It would be...
All right.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
All right.
Just relax. Even if everyone else decides.
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation?
To be honest?
No.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? That was to be expected. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed.
Since both parties are firstly in...
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina. Do you...
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell.
That is simply your hypothesis based on...
Oh, is that so? And...
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the...
And you didn't hear anything else at all?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so...
Huh?
Hey, hang on.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundation... Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an...
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the... Oh, good thing I made all those preparations.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this...
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true? Please answer my...
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the center.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys.
Order! Order! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense? In that case, my dear audience, let's...
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon just knew where to stop. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guy. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon...
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonable. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now!
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard, which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a...
The current problem is that if we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, huh?
Both parties have returned. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina...
That took long. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective. As the countdown began, he entered. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altar. He did not realize that the sound could... Finally, he used the vase to knock her out before making her change. At this time, Cowell arrived, so Linney proceeded. Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through... And there you have it.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to...
Key to refuting Lady Farina. Seems... According to Linny, he left Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. Linny did not take part in the underground.
When the countdown started, Linny did it, but he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the... Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been at the crime scene had already developed. Finally, he
In other words, you believe that he...
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire set? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl.
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're well, you're not... Of course You're saying that he wasn't.
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? That's right! This means the same clue.
To think you'd use such luck. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it? Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. The deceased's name is Cowell.
Huh? That can't be right. The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that... What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator... No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So, where would... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. The sound we heard may have come from... It would have been tough for both people... The sound we heard may have come from a... Linny was not in the tunnel. No one entered or left the Opera House. The deceased's name is Cowell. The deceased's name is The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. Linny was not in the tunnel at that... The sound we heard may... The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. No one entered or left the Opera House. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between... The deceased's name is Cowell, It would have been tough for both people to... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some... Linny was not in the tunnel at that... The deceased's name is Cowell. Linny was not in the tunnel at that... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment.
No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things?
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only... And it's not like this is a magic trick where you...
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have come from a clash. The deceased's name is Cowl. The vase was not broken.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being killed. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could...
Just a moment, please. I do hope, how could a person ever be transformed into magic tricks?
Even so, I trust the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of...
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an imp... Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the primordial sea. The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, support.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into...
Could something so ridiculous actually be...
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a...
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Just a minute. Could that mean... You two...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partner?
Let's go. Just trust...
Order! Order! It is undeniable that Still, let us assume... Guards, please continue. Mr. Linney.
Of course. Thank you. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make... Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water...
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. The water from the primordial sea... Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick. Lynette was in the magic box on stage I remember there was something else within the inner layer. The rope that strung the water tank. Lynette was in the magic box on stage I remember there was something... Lynette was in the magic box on stage. Now it seems like the hook rope was not... Now it seems like the hook rope was not the rope that strung the water. The water from the primordial sea. Lynette was in the magic box on stage. I remember there was something else within. Lynette was in the magic box on stage. Now it seems like the hook rope was not.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope, and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to...
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more Oh dear.
Now, it seems like his notes mentioned he had.
On that note, I shall now invite him on stage.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved, and we found an identical sample of the water.
What?
That can't be. Does this not, my dear Sid? Linny did not need to take part in the having made modifications that upon him. Ultimately, he not now. As much as I regret having come to such a viciously... Am I right, Mr.
We've used up all the evidence. Is this the...
Oh no!
I think I believe this is indeed... Now then, excuse me,
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to...
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but...
Come on now, don't be silly. Once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most... Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the...
I understand.
And voila!
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed...
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away.
Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief! Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear, had I known that, I would—
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now.
This time, we need... The strange sound wasn't... The flower vase was not broken. Lillian was afraid that she would be...
And it's instant! Having been selected, her panic only intensified. Hearing the commotion, he did not know that Lil mistakenly believed the two broke with no way of escape. She knew that
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macaron.
at this point, all
So rather...
Now then, Lady Farina. Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have...
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further argument.
Wow! Look at that! She's like a deflated balloon!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat, the actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, with some modifications to the selector, he could, to cover up any evidence while committing the... He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to... He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other... As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused...
Hooray, Linny and Lynette!
While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not...
Great work, partner.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know!
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall—
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yet. Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know.
Yes! Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which, when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
And now he can no longer...
Such ruthlessness.
An outrage. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? That's...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at still. I guess. I didn't approach you with any... As for why that was how Father, who you might know as the Knave...
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the...
That's right. And since we're back when our parents to survive, I took my sister through several streets. To my surprise, before long, an aristocrat...
So you went from orphans to nobility just...
That was how we felt at first, too. But I gradually discovered that while we were he would constantly take me to...
That doesn't seem true.
And after one particular... I waited a long time after we returned. The answer he gave me was... She caught the...
Oh, no. But what if...
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relation... I managed to fare... All I saw was the moonlit...
So...
That's right. Father, I mean, the House of the Hearth welcomes you. I was hesitant, but she was also quick.
Oh, so that's how...
She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save...
So, she believes...
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve all of us house members. To us orphans...
So, from small deeds like distributing magic...
It's all right. I just hope you can understand that if you should need anything at all in the future...
Bye, Linny!
No time to lose.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel... Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, and...
Ah, I see. Sorry.
Don't say that.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new... Wait.
Huh? Do we really need to get that for...
Well, anyway, it would just be a meal.
You don't have to...
Oh, wonderful.
All right, then.
Yeah.
Adventure time!
Stabilize!
Let's light it up!
Gather!
Into the wind!
Stabilize! Gather!
Let's light it up!
One with nature!
I'm going in!
You can run, but you can't hide! Stabilize! I will have order!
Adventure time! Teamwork is strength!
Solidify!
Fallen leaves,
adorn my night! Shouldn't let your guard down.
The wind knows me.
Stabilize!
Everybody stand back! Into the wind!
Brace yourself! This is gonna hurt! Gather!
The wind knows me.
time to lose.
Ad Astra Abyssos. Thank you for Ad Astra.
This is pretty. By which I mean that